Oh, it's another massive sell-on spot. Um, I guess someone wants to make sure this goes down so his short works. Oh, that consumer sentiment got released too 45 minutes ago. 51 instead of 50.6. So sentiment is better according to University of Michigan. In the meantime, Bitcoin gave back half of its pump, of its bounce. Let's not call it a pump. Uh, for one fib got hit. Golden is still a bit lower, but honestly, I think that initial low before the lower low could be a good attempt. 81.3. Maybe we'll just go for a new low altogether. Or we could also bounce from around here. That covers everything. Legacy isn't really dropping right now, but Bitcoin is. Actually, no, it's been pumping for 4 minutes.
Yo, SPY going straight up. Yo, I think that was it. That was it. Got some big buys coming.
Wow, this dog walk worked. Just back home, walked my dog a bit. It's cold outside in Paris. Well, now what? Double tap? Can we do better or just a lower high again? Because I think it's still a very tiny lower high, right? Come on, eventually we gotta put some bullish market structure. But maybe not on Black Friday. What did Legacy do? Oh, okay, breaking out. A channel. And a back above 1010. But I'm jealous because Legacy is back above 1010. My crypto isn't back above 1010. Boom. What to sell? Red, 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 red. Everything is red. There's nothing to sell. Oh, damn. Gotta find something to sell though. Tesla at 400. Nah, I'll keep that. I just sold a few weeks ago anyway. Days, weeks. No alarms. Stellantis up 3% today.
Do you jumping any longs?
Yeah. I TP'd the one I took this morning. Then I waited a bit, but not enough as always. But you know that golden pocket touch on Bitcoin? I took the trade and left to walk my dog. Literally. So I don't like watching a trade. And yeah, now that we're at the double top, time to TP, right? But I don't know, maybe we'll break out. You know, the probability isn't
We need one
zero.
more leg, man. I don't want this weekend trap to be trapped down here.
Ah,
Like if we just trap down here between 85 and 80, that'd be the worst, man.
well, better than between 75 and 80.
No, I feel like 75 and 80 would be even better. Because like between 80 and 85, you're like on edge. Like, are we gonna lose it? Or are we not? Once we lose 80, then you're like, oh, we have lost it.
Well, there's a bit of a range going on here, but well, I don't know. What's mental doing? 95. No, but crypto is still very, very cheap. There's not a lot to TP on crypto here. Maybe just scalps or daily plays.
Nice, so we just get like a nice little candle up to 87, 88, and then chill maybe between 88 and 85. And
That's still
establish
I'm
this as a
sorry, but
floor.
it's it still doesn't really sound like bullish enough, right?
No, it's got a lot of work to do.
No, what I mean is, yeah, now we want to sell 90k, right? It's like, I don't know, it just made me laugh, you know, let's have a bullish weekend, let's pump to 88. Yeah, it's still not going to erase the 36% downside. Well, pump 5%, dump 5%, pump 5%, then dump 10%, then pump 5%, dump 5%. I think it's time to pump 10% from here. 93.
I don't remember the last time Bitcoin had a 10% up candle. I mean, we just saw over a 10% down candle, but it was probably during Trump's election. That was the last time. Last year, I think, when he got elected.
Yeah. It went up quicker than it went down there. Here we're going down way quicker in the end. Well, it's all relative. I don't really want to say fang because when you didn't TP and price is down 40%, you're like, oh. Because yeah, Bitcoin is down like 36% now from all-time highs.
Yeah, did you see the Russell? Russell's pumping.
Oh yeah, 3%.
This is what, remember I was saying this yesterday when the guy was talking about altcoins. I was like, it's not enough to like end it here. Russell needs a run. Same thing with altcoins. Altcoins needs one last run. Like,
There's always,
it
always
is
a correlation between the Russell and the altcoin season. Yeah.
and
QT.
that's what enticed retail back is like an actual run on alts, not on Bitcoin. Retail
Yeah,
doesn't
but
mess with Bitcoin.
QT is a good fundamental explanation for why Russell also didn't run as much as Nasdaq and SPY did this cycle, right? It's the same whether you look at legacy or crypto. Right? We have like exactly the same thing going on. Why only the major company had a nice run, and Russell only hit COVID all-time highs and is having trouble starting to trade above COVID all-time highs, even though there's been a lot of inflation since, right? So it's not even at COVID all-time highs here. It's like it's still below it, even though the index made a new all-time high. But yeah, now that Powell is announcing end of QT, but eventually he's gonna do QE at the bottom of a big down move, because that's the most likely time of doing QE. It's when there's something to save, right? Why would he ease if there's no need? And with 4% unemployment, overall, there's not a huge hurry to ease. And with stock markets roughly at all-time highs, there's not really a hurry to ease. And inflation, he's the one who created it by hiking anyway.
Dbloc, go put some gold on that wrist, man. You ain't looking too right now.
Dbloc here.
Well, he's live on YouTube. He was showing off his wrist and hands. I was like, man, go put some gold on them things, man. Keep us motivated, baby.
Well,
So Zeusy, what are you thinking, man? Did you take any profits yet, or you're okay where it's sitting?
no. I need an uptrend to TP. We're in a downtrend, putting lower high, lower high. Again, here it's a lower high.
Yeah.
But even if we put a higher high here, it's not significant enough.
Okay, got you. Nah, I
I
can't lie. I basically with this last dip that just came down. Well, not the one from last night, but the one I'm guessing from yesterday. I basically just sold everything and I just put limit orders in. One of my limit orders already hit, but I'm just like, yo, I'm just gonna put my limit
Look,
orders in as low as possible and just I'm already prepared for the next stage, basically.
nice repositioning.
Only because I
Yeah.
don't fit I can't see us going up to fix that close on the weekly by the weekend. But that's just my opinion. Everybody has one.
Uh, no, that's not even the goal. I mean, it's not. It, Bitcoin is trying to find a bottom, not really pump back up to resistance currently. We're like inside an impulsive, very impulsive down move. And
Yeah.
it probably found a bottom at 80,000 number. Seems like having a good reaction. When you look at the daily, currently, if we close here, it's a pretty bullish candlestick pattern that we might need to bearish engulf or row, but I think not. With the weekend, things should. Well, I don't know. I have no clue, but usually weekends are a bit sideways, so I don't know if that's valid for a dip like this, though.
My order filled at 81.5, so I'll just keep that in, and if it does what it does, then it does what it does. If not, I already have my numbers lower. If I can make a little profit real quick, just take that profit and just dump it down to lower numbers. Like I went all the way down to like 25 already, so we'll
Yeah,
see.
we built very little resistance on the way down, because when you look at the daily chart, it's really a falling knife. Like there's no levels to trade, so I think it's more likely than not that when this recovers, it actually does the same stuff, or straight down, straight up, right? But resistance might be defined on the way up, right? We might try to go up, come back down, go back up again, and build resistance on the way back up. So price will kind of show us on bigger time frames. But for now, you're like inside a pretty big falling knife that's just becoming bigger and bigger every day.
Top of the morning. What's going on, chat? I'm just having some coffee before I jump on Discord. We gotta come in here and sneak into YouTube with y'all while I'm getting my caffeine. Morning, morning, morning. Let's catch a bottom that holds first. Sentiment has definitely gained 10, 15 points today. Less to do with the price action, more to do with the well, we talked about it yesterday, right? Needing the percentage of that cut to go up. My brain is literally still asleep. Oh, it's horrible. Pretty bad. Pretty bad is an understatement. You can look over your shoulder right now and see the 70s. That short, Indy? Oh, okay. Oh, I definitely thought Bitcoin at 80, just not Bitcoin at 80 in 2 weeks. That's the crazy part. It's cool to say call the top, da da da. But anybody that says, "Oh, I knew it would come down to 80 in this time frame," unless they're lying, is just a hardcore degen that hit it right. Yeah, I made some buys this. I'm so heavy Bitcoin and ETH. Irresponsibly. But I got the tightest stops. Looks like we came right down to target 2 yesterday. Oh, couple bucks. Target 3 is 74K. Not think about target 3 right now. Damn, this MicroStrategy shit is getting spicy. A little bit of recycled FUD, but you heard about how Wall Street is moving against these treasury companies. They ruled that if more than half of your assets come from funds, if more than half of your market cap comes from held assets, you can't be included into an index fund because that makes you a fund, and you can't have a fund inside of a fund. We know who they targeted with that shit directly, MicroStrategy. But it's not just MicroStrategy. It's these zombie companies, right, that aren't worth shit, and the only thing they're worth are the Ethereum or the Bitcoin that they hold. And if you can't be accepted into a fund, that means you can't have passive inflows every week. And some of these companies might make a decision that it's better to not worry about that. It'd be interesting to see what MicroStrategy does. Sailor doesn't care. Sailor's like, through the index, I'll keep my Bitcoin, thank you very much. But it is interesting that it could stop some of the bigger companies that are already in the index from going treasury. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, right? They might make a strategic decision, not MicroStrategy, but the others might make a strategic decision that it's worth diversifying a little more instead of just being all in. What's good, Discord? Top of the morning.
Good morning, Dbloc.
Yo.
It looks Bitcoin hit your flagpole target.
Yeah, I made some buys and then took like an hour and a half nap. Actually made quite a few buys.
Time to TP, no?
On some, maybe. It's not sexy or anything, but this is what I picked up. ETH, Soul, Link, Jasmine, Sui, LTC. Litecoin might get cut. Litecoin and Sui are on the chopping block at the moment. And then I bought a bunch of Bitcoin.
Congrats, man. It takes some balls to do that.
Cojones.
Yeah.
Capital C. And it kind of helps that I was half, like, I'm delirious because I haven't slept, so there's that.
But yeah, Solana got 120, right? Like it's a bit of a interesting area. Did Litecoin drop? Oh, yeah, they're all down 10%. These alts today, right?
Literally, the only reason I took the trades is because they're all mimicking Bitcoin's price action. Right? Same exact W pattern. I mean, almost identical to Bitcoin. So they're just beta plays on Bitcoin. Might as well all be a Bitcoin play.
I think I saw dominance upward earlier, but now it's downward again. Yeah, on the daily, it's at 0. Maybe it'll become negative now. Oh no, it depends on Bitcoin. If it can go sideways now that it pumped, maybe alts can have some fun.
I usually catch the knife Khaled and then I add to my position at the higher low. Yeah, I mean, if you could buy the bottom, if one could buy the bottom, one should always buy the bottom. The tricky part is knowing that it's the bottom.
That was it, D. That was it.
Yeah, for today, it would be nice that was
Big
it.
told
Yeah.
me he thought that was it, so I just bought a bunch of shit and went to sleep, bro.
Bears were not strong enough to go for ADK on this last push down attempt, right? And bulls were able to bring price back at the same price point, so it's a good sign.
I'll be honest with you, the only thing that I swung at, the only thing that made me swing at all is the amount of buy pressure inside of this candle. That's it. And I'm well aware, 1000% aware that the only reason it looks so good is because we haven't seen that type of buy pressure in any of this shit right here. So
Yeah, that candle was crazy. Oh yeah, that candle was fucking nuts.
yeah, there's a lot of on-chain activity at that time too. That's when what's his name, the Fed chair, jumped on at 7:30 in the morning. 7:30 in the 7:30 candle. Look, yep.
Yeah, no, it was right off of his comment. You see the Fed Watch tool? It's at 70% now.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. We were just talking about that yesterday. All you need is one of them to say something nice. Just give us something. I was like, all we need is some sort of just a hint, even if it's vague as shit, that they plan on cutting. And then we need the same thing from Japan. Just a little hint not to worry. You know what I mean? Just a little like, we got this, guys. Don't worry about it.
That they're not gonna hike, right?
Yeah. Should though. Zusi, they need to. If they don't hike, then they are beholden to the American people and not to their own people, bro. That's the
Yes.
only way I can make it make sense, bro. They care more about America than
In
they care about
exchange,
Japan.
yes, because it's about security, right?
Yeah.
It's in exchange of American soldiers, of bases, of protection against North Korea, China. It's
Well,
a
it's a lot of
strategic
our
partnership,
money
right?
keeping them afloat too. I mean,
And that,
they're
yeah,
in real
and don't
trouble.
forget you won the war, so they'll do what they
You
need.
owe us.
Yeah, yeah, for a few
Funny.
generations, yes.
They start acting crazy, be like, hey, never forget. Like, all right, chill. We won't cut. I mean, we won't raise.
Never forget.
Japan is, I mean, bro, they just put out what was that ridiculous number? 24 trillion trend 24 trillion yen stimulus. Right as their dollar's getting beat up. Like I can't even. Can you imagine if we did that? That's like akin to after our first round of rate hikes, if we just started printing, we just turned the money printer on. And mind you, they stimulated during COVID too. So they have the same exact reasons to not be able to stimulate that we do. But they just said, screw it. Anything to not raise the rates. We'll try anything to not piss the Americans off. The higher low fractal. The decent little bottoming formation. Still early though. Remember, W's are not W's until you break that neckline.
I was saying earlier, I hope they don't trap us down here, man. Like under 85, that'd be the worst. From like just mentally, that'd be just the worst.
I'll be honest with you, with this little bit of sort of forward guidance into rate cuts, I wouldn't necessarily be mad at one more little something
Like a new
quick.
low?
Yeah,
Like a new low?
there's something, there's a
Ow.
little.
I got liquidations down there.
Oh, okay, well, all right. Let's go right to your liquidations, but not hit him. How about that?
There's no new low. That's all I need is no new low.
Nah, I'll be honest with you. I already bought everything I was gonna buy, so.
What kind of new low could we plan for?
You really want to know what I want? Like this. If you're not gonna give me the 100K by weekly close, and we're already in that order block, but this order block right here from this candle, what I would like to see taken
So anything below 74?
above 75. If we get that order block, right,
I feel like we would lose 74 at that point. You might as well, right?
Yeah.
if we get this order block and we reject,
Head and shoulder.
be a beautiful top to the market. I mean, if it is gonna top, right? If you're not gonna put in an all-time high, I don't think anybody would cry about a 108 dead cat bounce to give them some room to wiggle out of some positions as a worst case scenario, right? And then we would have our first head and shoulders top to market. And at that point, that just
Like
makes
Legacy loves to do, right?
life easy at that point, right? Because
You know where the second bounce will be. But can you line it up with 48K? No, it doesn't line up with 48. Oh, okay.
I can only line it up to where it goes. See, I can't make I can't make it go to where I want to go. It has to go to where it goes.
Maybe if you're not on log, you can line it up.
What's
Well,
interesting about that though is that that would bring us down to 42.8. This is I'm talking bear market, guys. I'm not talking like I want this to do it now. I'm talking, you know, within a year. Um, that 42 brings you awfully close to that 37, which would be your 70% if that was the top. But we're future tripping right now. We got to let it play out. And I'm fine with I'm fine with a higher low as well. That's, you know, we don't break structure. That means that macro structure break never happens. ISM never happens. Greed never happens. CVBI never happens. 4-year cycle will be checked. Ichimoku 2-week will be checked. Bull market support band will be checked. 4 will be Huh? Where's that log at? Give me once. Yeah, we would still have to close above 92. We'd have to close above 93 for this weekly candle for that to go unchecked log trend. Weekly Gaussian channel is already broken. 2 weekly closes under the 50, that'll be checked. And the weekly RSI will have gone to shit. So we would be half and half. To me, the important ones where I would call it. In my mind, that's it. Main one that I'm looking at is the two, you know, the 2 closes under. And like I said, that doesn't mean, even if on the macro we validate the bear market thesis, right? That doesn't mean I'm not going to play that move back up, right? If one thing is for sure, wherever the hell we get this dead cat bounce at, I'm going to be in it. Because
I
that
was
dead
looking
cat
at.
bounce has the potential of continuing.
Could you, if you have a second,
Yeah.
look at last cycle top and try to see if structure was broken before or after we got the market bounce? Because I'm getting confused a bit there. So we had that December 1010 equivalent huge candle down, right? But then
Not
the macro was
equivalent,
28.
but we did have a sweep, yeah.
Yeah, so and after that sweep, you continued lower, but you were able to hold market structure by staying above 28K, right? So you like there was still right. So it would be the equivalent of holding at 80,000 and going back up to 108, right? Or is it wrong to think like that?
No, to me, we broke structure here.
Yeah, so you got the dead cat bounce before you broke structure, right?
You held and then went, yeah. Which is what's interesting about what we're doing here. Because
I'm not looking at that.
it's this.
I'm looking at the right of the all-time high. You know, the dead cat bounce to 48K on the right. Just after the all-time high.
Oh,
There,
you
you
mean,
know,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, at 69. Yeah,
We went
there,
to
exactly, there.
34 and then we
Y-
went to 48.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So
that's what
you see
I'm
how
that's what I'm saying. Look,
34 was higher than 28, right? So it
yeah,
didn't break structure there.
I know.
It holded the
Look,
previous low. Right?
tell you what I'm saying. Oh, and let's get rid of this structure because we already know where it is. This, again, I'm not acting deterministically off of this, but this is what I keep thinking about when they tell me that I'm waiting too long to be convinced.
Yeah, but to
Yeah.
not get faked out by that, you would need to wait months. No, that took months.
No, no. Because remember, we've already de-risked. We're not talking about not taking any profits and hoping this plays out. By the way, and I know this is just an overlay and it's not exactly, but even something small like that, $140. But what I'm saying about this next move up, the reason that I'm not going to miss this next move up is because it does have the off chance of being more than a dead cat bounce and continuing. So either you're in it or you're going to chase it if it pops. I'd rather not chase it. So I'd rather be in it, keep tight stops, play it as if we close the second week under, play it as if it's going to be a dead cat bounce, but look for evidence that it's not. That way I don't have to open a brand new trade if there's a continuation.
So just a partial TP at 108, basically? Or
a partial TP or a reassessment of volume and sentiment and all of that when we get to TP ranges.
Yeah, well, it could end up being much lower than 108 too.
Yeah. It could.
So last cycle, after 69K, we closed weeklies below the 50 MA and all, but structure wasn't broken until we got an attempt at going back up. Right? And
Yeah.
after that, you really broke below 28K.
That's what's interesting too, because if you take, I mean, it again, I'm not saying it's gonna play out the same, but it literally is the same, or it has the possibility of being the same, I should say. Right? Look at the structure. Let's just assume that this kick up here, that's there. But again, like you're saying, the important part is that in both cases, it didn't take the structure out, right? It didn't take the lows out. It came into that order block. Right? It came into this order block here. But it never took out the lows.
You're thinking about a new all-time high potential, right? So that's why you're looking at the left. But I was more looking at the right part of that. And
this part.
That, yeah, exactly. That 48K push, right? So it's a bit the what we call the dead cat bounce high, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, we didn't go below 28K before trying to climb back up. So that's why here, if you want to do the same stuff, it means that you wouldn't drop below 75 before trying to go back up. Right? But we came very close to 28K already here. Yeah, for just a few percent. Wow. So it's already different.
The velocity of this is different. We skipped the first 25% rise. I mean, it's literally just.
Yeah.
You wanna know what the craziest? Look at this. You wanna see how crazy this looks? How's that?
Yeah. It's so expected that
That's
it
pretty.
happens.
That's pretty damn nice.
Too many YouTubers talking about the 4-year cycle and the timing and all.
Yeah, but since when does retail listen? Like we've always talked, but I mean, my mouse died. Give me a second. And it was both take profits, right? Like the start take profit Saved me from the Trump nonsense. And then the end take profit. I need a second. Hold on. I need to figure out how to.
Finally, they didn't even let us get to December.
Yo, not getting over this 85, man. Not looking good.
I'll tell y'all one thing. If this thing rolls over, I'm gonna go take a nap.
I hear you. I just woke up. Had the
We have
phone.
a bit support now at 82,500.
I'm right there with you. You think we need the DXY to dump? Imagine how Japan feels. We gotta hold the 50 here on the 15, yo. To be the first retest of the 50 after breaking it.
Oh, yeah, but nobody's putting. Typically, you would have seen orders there appear. But
That trip to Japan is getting cheaper and cheaper. I want the yen to go to shit so I can go pick up all the old school babe. All the Nego era babe. Below. That sounds really good right now, bro. Double shot of espresso. Yeah. Oh, okay, we're back. Yeah, I was waiting for my mouse to charge. We're good now. Let's take a look at the Dixie. All right. Hold on. Let me fix my mic. Something's wrong with this shit. So here we go. If you're American, here's your country on a chart. Guess the good news is we broke out. It was looking rough there for a minute on the 1 year. I'll be honest with you, that shit looks bullish.
Looks like a cup and handle.
Double bottom W. You would expect a higher low at some point, but that's what we've been waiting for, right?
Ooh, that's not good.
You know, there are no stopping volume candles on the Dixie for obvious reasons, right? There's no liquidity being provided by the markets. It doesn't work that way. It's a basket of goods. But if there were if there were stopping volume candles on the Dixie, this would most certainly be one. Takes a lot of tick to get that candle to wick like that. So yeah, this is the concern, right? That 50 EMA on the weekly, but mostly the concern is that Japan is watching this really tightly, and they have to come to a decision on whether they're going to raise or not. And the one thing they're staring at is if this W pattern is going to break.
Doesn't you all America's allies have the same issue though? Like it's not
Japan
only
has a very
Japan.
special issue because of how they've kept their rates and how much borrowing goes into our stock market, right? Money just leaves. You remember when the yen carry trade first started unwinding and they made a message to their citizens that they need to bring all their dollars back, basically, or foreign investments. You have to invest in France. I was about to say you have to invest in Japan, well, they need to bring all the dollars back because they're all over here. Japan's in a very unique, very screwed up situation. Like it's to the
Europe
point.
is
It's to the point where their only survival tactic at this point is to secure themselves as our source of cheap money. You know what I mean? And then we'll, in turn, we will keep them from ever falling apart because we need that.
so it's going to create hyperinflation in Japan.
Yeah. In a bad way.
Add the demographic issues there, and then.
It's a lot, man. There's a lot to it.
Weakening an ally. Who's gonna fight China if Japan is broke? Damn.
Man, Japan wasn't gonna go fight China.
But at least on the seas, no? They did.
The 28-point plan for Ukraine. Damn, he must have found a lot of rare earth minerals. Yeah. Yeah, and then it accelerated its pace going into our tops in our current tops in October, early October.
Yeah, Europe kept rates hiked at this roughly at the same time, but cut way sooner than America started. So I guess that's why Japan is more important than Europe, because we do have higher interest rates than Japan, but it's still cheaper than the dollar rate.
Yeah. Fuenza, you noticed that too, right? Where's our aggressive bulls? Where are a pile of 100Xs lined up, chomping at the bit? And they might have finally got exhausted. We might actually have a chance to move. I'm not complaining about it. It's a good thing. The leveraged bulls are the ones that kept this shit going down. If you're a leveraged bear, your best friend should be a leveraged bull. Like, I don't even know why the bears fight with the bulls. Y'all need to send them Christmas cards and shit.
It was spot driven though, Dbloc, no?
What was?
No, earlier I saw them sell on spot just to make sure the short works, right? So
Of course, that's what they're doing. But my point is that the people longing underneath, right, as aggressive as it was, would keep price from ever going up until it's almost like they were working with the shorts. Because if you keep feeding market maker to the way down and market maker is already too weak to push counter narrative, then it's like a gift. A lot of early investors also diversified their wallets. Not all of those moves were sells. A lot of them went into newer wallets A lot of the ones that did sell went into ETFs. We've had a couple of I mean, I hate to call them hacks, but that's exactly what they are. We've had a couple of hot wallet hacks, government-driven hot wallet hacks that spooked the old guys. I didn't have any old wallets left, but anybody who had a wallet from earlier than 2017 technically is at risk. So a lot of old holders that never moved any of their Bitcoin for the first time had a reason to actually get it out of there. And what you saw a lot of them do is get it out and then diversify into different wallets. But plenty sold off too. Yeah, they were calling it Bitcoin's IPO moment. Right? If you were here from the very beginning and you were early miner and you know what I mean? Like Bitcoin going to legacy is like a coin IP. It's like a company IPOing on the stock market, right? The early investors get to turn it over to the institutions and cash out. Nice. I'm in a BTC scalp trade, but I took it way earlier. I would definitely need to see this structure hold before I'd look to take anything else. Not financial advice. YouTube is getting very, very strict with what this, apparently AI is just striking people's channels. So I have to be very careful about what I say and what I don't say. Which is annoying as shit. I hate saying not financial advice after like we're adults. We all know this is just educational purposes.
Damn, I'm gonna need to speak less then.
No, just make sure that nothing comes off as, you know what I mean?
Buy the dip. That's financial advice, no?
Yeah. I think the best way to get around it is say what I'm doing or what I would do, instead of being like, you should do this.
All right, Bears. All right, you managed a double tap on the 5-minute. Cool, cool, cool. Also an upward ABC going on here with a very tiny higher high in the end. In the end, yeah, it wasn't a lower high up there. We got a a $5 higher high. Probably enough to stop out some 100x shorts, but price is pulling back pretty aggressively, and well, I'm interested in some financial advice, Mr. Dbloc.
Well,
Because I'm thinking about TPing a short and
well, I talked to
switching
the
long actually.
I said this to the Bears earlier, right? I said any move up that gets faded. Well, let's go to the 5-minute because that's really where any move up you have to automatically think of fading it, but be careful shorting until you break structure. So, like, what I like to see is I want to see price move, but as structure breaks and you get that break of character, right? That's where I would open my short.
Longer, you mean?
No, I mean shorts.
Oh, that's
At that
funny. I want to
break
because I'm ready to long that level, not
at
short
that
it.
break of character. Well, that's why I say I'm talking to the Bears. It depends on what your thesis is, right? if your thesis is that
Yeah.
it's gonna go up, then even a move down to there, you'll be like, well, that's still a higher low. It's just making a bigger W.
I was thinking about patiently waiting for a double bottom since we got a double top, right? To and then get the wick maybe that stops out to then go long, but I think it's not gonna go even down there though. Because of what SPY is doing, which is finding support at 1010. Odd, right?
Yeah.
Well, it had a breakout, failed to go above the 15-minute 200, but now that it's back down at its breakout point, you know, there's a chance Legacy reverses up here. And if that happens, I think Bitcoin is completely the wrong way currently.
Yo, high def, do you just wake up like this, bro? Like when you roll out of bed? Like, do you just stretch, open your eyes, and like yell Ponzi? Is there like, or is there a certain time of the day where it starts to, where you start to go on tilt? Like, I'm not even fully awake yet, and he's like full steam into high def mode. I would imagine it would be exhausting. That's why I was like, damn, you do that shit first thing in the morning. Probably probably like 3 hours.
It's starting to look like a range. A lot here, no, going on already. Them I'm late to identify it, right? But the initial candle gave you the range, right? The dump while I was sleeping. Yeah, that initial candle. Well, your 7:30 candle gave you the
That's what I was saying. I,
Yeah.
I
the
was like,
range. Yeah,
I didn't want it to range between 80 and 85 over the
yeah.
weekend. That'd be terrible.
But it's been what's happening today, right? We're like a
It was
5% range.
always scheduled to. When I saw it, I was like, did they catch the dip? Like, but it was it was an odd time for it to be scheduled, so I had to check. But today it was scheduled for look 7:30 in the morning. That's rare. They usually put them in a bunch, right? They're all sitting in a bunch. But they put him at 7:30, early enough to affect markets. Very interesting, right? Go out there and say something sweet to the people. He's like, I got you.
What, they needed exit liquidity or?
No, I think that they're. I mean, it's too early to say, but you know what my thesis is that they're managing expectations, right? They
And
needed,
it went too far, right? It went
yeah.
a bit too far than they thought, so they had to send one guy
It'll
to calm
backfire
it down. Yeah.
if it goes too far. Then a 0.25 cut doesn't feel like a 0.5 cut. It feels like a desperate move. because there's only 10% of people that think it's gonna happen, and then they cut. It's like people would freak out. So, in my opinion, this was just the next step, which is have one. First of all, they had 7 people come out and say they're not gonna cut. They didn't have 7 people come out and say they are. Right? They had one guy come out, and that one guy. Drum roll, please. This was last night.
Wait, that's what he's like the most important one of them. All of them.
Every human has equal importance.
No, but dude, it was crazy. As he was
Joking.
speaking, there was another one that was speaking
Watch.
that was just her
Did you
speech
see
was
that?
the exact opposite of what he was saying.
Did y'all see that shit? It's beautiful. You want to see something crazy? You want to see insiders? Let's find our insiders. This Polly.
Poly market?
Yeah, watch this. This is gonna be disgusting. I haven't even looked at it yet, but
Come on, BTC, give us a rounded, beautiful bottom.
what time was the meeting? 7:30.
Yeah. Well, the candle was at 7:30.
Ah,
the
you know
liquidation
what?
party.
Can't even call it, man. Actually, that
It changed
was
at
legit.
7:30.
That was legit. 7:35, 5 minutes after the announcement. Usually, what you'll see when there's insiders, right? The announcement's here, and then you'll see that this flip, you'll see it happen here, like an hour before, half an hour before. But they did a pretty good job of keeping that one hush, hush, hush.
So you mean that everybody is not corrupt? Wow.
At
It's
least
nice to have a guy we can trust at the Fed.
it must be pretty important if they're keeping it that tight to the vest. I'm telling you, bro. I think that they know they have one more cut before the end of the year, and it has to be effective, or they're gonna come into some serious problems.
For the cut to be effective, we need a dump too, right? And
For the cut to be effective, you just need there to be no expectation for a cut or low expectations for a cut.
what's
Because
an
then it has
effective
to be
cut for the
priced
Fed?
has to be priced in something that gets money moving. Remember, the enemy of the Fed right now is you putting your money in a savings account. That's the fear. That's why they can't cut too soon or cut too big. Because if people think that they're panicking, they'll bring all their dollars in and sit on them and not buy anything. And then that makes the problem worse, right? It compounds at that point. Then you're basically
Well,
just
that would solve inflation,
ushering the
no?
recession in. Yeah, well, recessions always solve inflation.
Yeah, right.
That's why they exist.
But yeah, that would solve inflation because prices wouldn't continue going up if people keep their money and don't spend it.
We'll see, man. This is gonna be really. You know what's gonna be fun after all of this shit is done? Sitting down and really absorbing what just happened over the last 4 months. Because right now it's coming at us all at once, and like we put it together, and I'll put the timeline together, but not until it's over and we're not like, stress levels are down, everybody's cool, everybody's safe. We'll really be able to dig in and be like, holy shit, this shit was a movie.
Yeah.
Like a night, it was a nightmare, dude. For me, it's a horror. It'd be a horror movie category.
It's gonna be even worse, but people are gonna be when we really sit down and look at it, just be ready to be angry. I remember what it was like after Luna and FTX. Like you get the hit from oh shit, prices down, this down, that down, and then you start to learn how it happened. and who was responsible, and it's like that second blow, right? Where you're like, wow, okay, nasty work. Everybody needs money to move right now, and the money's there. It's just not moving. Right? When I say that I'm trading liquidity, that the reason that I'm still in this and shooting up is because of the liquidity environment we're in. That's what I mean. Right? The money supply, remember, there's two things that are important, three things that are important: the velocity of money, the supply of money, the price of money. When all three things are green, everything's up and to the right. When money's cheap, there's a lot of it and it's moving quickly, up and to the right. Right now we have slow velocity because the government was shut down, plenty supply, and we're waiting to see if we get the rate cut, which makes it cheaper. So cheaper with plenty of supply increases velocity of money. Expensive money or tight supply decreases the velocity or contracts. Right? Think of it as a breathing, as like a something that's alive, right? It expands and it contracts. Breathes in and it breathes out. With this shit, everything is literally doing its best Bitcoin impression right now.
Susie, did you get into this?
Yes. I gave financial advice out loud, man. I said rounded bottom. I said, I
No,
don't
you
know. I said if
didn't.
you surf. Sorry, not financial advice. It's just golden stuff. The problem is prices, volatility is decreasing, so there's a point where you can't play that anymore. And I think this is the last one we can. Next one will be too small. But just scalping. Otherwise, they broke me. Back to grinding on scalps. Oh, my banker called me today. He wanted to give me financial advice. You can imagine the discussion, right?
God.
I argued everything he wanted to sell me and explained to him that weapon
they
stocks are
put
not
Zeus
inside his plan.
they put Zeusy on the do not call list after that shit. They're like, look, take this guy's number, just take him off the list. Don't even
You know,
bother.
they sell these eco-friendly packets of ETFs in Europe a lot because it's the mood of the times. I mean, the last 10 years. And the problem is you have no weapon, no oil, no tobacco, like no weed, no. A lot of sectors are not allowed. And the only sector that did really good in Europe is weapons lately. I guess luxury in France, but automobile in Germany is like dying. Energy did fine too, but yeah, weapon is probably the best performing of these last 5 years, and well, yeah, they want to sell you stuff where there are no weapon stocks.
That's a crazy sentence, DJ. Ukrainian President Zelensky, right? So imagine Zelensky to hold a phone call with Vice President J.D. Vance to discuss a 28-point peace plan. Like, didn't these two almost kill each other in the White House? Is there nobody else that we can get to negotiate? Shit, we got DJ and Nerlink. So it comes right from the source.
Bro, there's some crazy volatility right here. Oh man. Hopefully that was enough to break to the upside and break through that 85.
It is Friday, so we
No.
can't forget that any move up, we have to be prepared for it to be a trap long and for CME to close. This would be our trap short. By the look of this consolidation here, it looks sort of like when market maker presets the point of control so that price can come back down to it for CME close. Give me a second. See how point of control is right in the middle of this range now. So if we pop up, let's just assume we pop up and we get the measured move, right? Pop up and get the measured move, retrace the point of control. Excuse me. CME closes, and then this is our weekend range, and this is our trap long.
And you think we could potentially pop to 90 before market, before CME?
I mean, if we get above 180, if we get above 85, we're gone. I mean, the 800 is at 88, so we'll get a little bit of resistance there. But all we got to do is pop 85 for it.
Look at all those liquidations, bro.
That's what I'm saying. This will take care of the rest of that shit. We pop through
I think
here, you're gonna see
conservative with
this tape.
90k.
You're gonna see this tape light up crazy. Well, I'm only saying that because we only have under 4 hours, or yeah, till CME closes.
There's not much time. It's about to be 2, close at 5, so 3 hours. What you
There
want
aren't
to do?
enough cells to stop price at 90k currently. Once it gets there, people will be pressing buy.
Yeah, I mean it could take it all. It could take it all until it gets
Yeah,
weak.
yeah. 92 would be the bigger order block available, yeah, to stop a FOMO move. Yeah. Because people overall have been pressing sell again the whole day. even with these pumps and dumps.
I did. I got rid of some stragglers that I had in some wallets that I didn't remember about. I folded them into because since everything dropped 20% or double digits at least, it was easy to just rotate it into strength. I turned most of that shit into soul. I mean, this is really small time frame shit, right, guys? We're on the 5 minute. We could 1000% make that move I'm talking about, still roll over and go down to 75. Right? That shit is still a lower high.
Yeah.
So let's not confuse just intraday scalping excitement for what looks like it'd be quick money with like, euphoria or anything like that. Baby steps though. Tape is lighting up. Who decides to just sell 433 Bitcoin on market?
Yeah. Well,
Jesus
someone who's
Christ.
worried about his short, right?
Yeah, somebody was like, up, value area high, sell. Probably this guy, look. This guy just opened his short. Open short, sell 433 Bitcoin.
It's funny because in the end we got all the bullish news, right? We got the government reopening, we got
Because this is why I
Fed,
tell you, like, when you
yeah.
have high, super high levels of FUD like that, like, we literally just said it last night when we said the pivot will be on the news, not on the chart.
No, well, I was gonna say that we pumped these last 3 years on pretty odd, more like bearish news, right? Wars and stuff like that. And now that there's talks about peace and
Oh,
better
you're
times
worried it's gonna
ahead,
have
yeah. But it's what's happening
opposite
already, right?
effect.
But yeah, but it is what's happening already. Especially peace in Ukraine. It should bring inflation down though, because less money to print to defend, build weapons, right? Because that's when you're ready to inflate your money. It's when you're desperate and you really need to defend yourself. Huh? War is a reason to inflate. And Europe took that decision, right? It's like, all right, states, you can borrow more than 3% GDP if it's to build weapons. So if there's peace and they cancel, well, then a few months after that, they would cancel that law, right?
My
and will be in
concern, you
tight
know,
need, right?
my concern's always been the oligarchs, right? Like those that went defensive into Bitcoin because Swift was getting shut down. If peace brings regular
Lifting
finance,
sanctions.
yeah, then do they
Uh,
sell their Bitcoin back into, you know what I mean? Like, do we have an exodus?
but it's not only Bitcoin, it's all their assets across the world, right? The Russian oligarchs are pretty rich.
Yeah.
It's like the Saudis, right?
Well, remember
They
what
have
there was a huge cash out, right? So like what a lot of them did was basically sell everything they could, turn it into Bitcoin. They jumped on their yachts with their militias. They went out to that island. Remember where there was like all the oligarchs and all these super yachts and all their militias and shit, or all their security teams.
well, I think France stopped one of those boats in the south. They
Yeah,
seized it.
yeah, I heard in a couple of different ports. You happen to be docked somewhere with extradition laws, you were in danger. Yeah.
So now they want to sell those boats to fund Ukraine war. It's just politics, just to make it look good. So yeah, don't worry, we're not spending your tax dollar. We're gonna dump housing market to fund Ukraine, because it's what it would create, right? A lot of that money is in housing, and like a few percent of London housing is in Russian oligarch funds. So if like it would probably create a housing issue. If all the super cool villas in the south of France are
Yeah,
sold,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
yeah, it's like, and so it's also the areas that have the most value, like where housing is the most expensive. But they can't do it. It's just you'd break laws doing that. So it's just seized for now. It's like you can't use it. So if there's peace, wouldn't the Russian rich people sell? Because it's been 3 years now that they can't access their holdings. It's been like a bit taken hostage from their point of view, right?
I mean,
So
yes,
wouldn't
but
your
then
reaction be to just dump as soon as sanctions are lifted? And
I mean, I would thank God that we haven't had a bear market and it happens to work out perfectly that we get peace right at the top of, you know what I mean? Because they bought in during the last bear. So I think they understand profit. They would want to take profit. My question is how many oligarchs were turned into maxis indirectly through this? You just took all your funds and dropped it in Bitcoin, and you DCA'd into Bitcoin during the war all the way as much as you could, and you rode it all the way up to 100 and whatever. Like, do you know what they saw? What they saw that money turn into? Even if they didn't like Bitcoin before, they got to be fans now.
in the meantime, the ruble dumped their fiat. Right? Actually,
The
how's the
sky
ruble
is
doing?
rocketing. Everything just got a huge candle up.
Even if you wanted to go
Let's
back
go.
into fiat, you're getting so much more back.
Oh, here's the news. That's what it is. Trump team internally floats selling NVIDIA H200 chips to China. NVIDIA just got a fat candle up.
That deal's already made, man. I'm telling you. When I saw the forward guidance, I was like, oh, they got a nice chunky deal out of China.
Oh, and now they're gonna say that's why the SEC has more inventory. That inventory report, right?
They're gonna try to say they're already saying it, but he missed it. I don't care how he puts it, because I heard the actual shareholders call. He deceived people, bro. Told them directly. He was like, inventory is high. but it is not pre-made inventory. It is materials. And the reason that we're stocking materials and not building yet is so that we don't go through a supply crunch like we did during the last launch of the last chips. We want to make sure that we can handle the blah, 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 blah. This whole shit to make everybody feel good about the inventory imbalance that was there. But then when the numbers actually came out, the materials were only up 25%. The inventory was up 2x
But
from levels that
my
it should
point
be.
is that because they knew that sanctions on China would be lifted, they stockpiled cards for China, and that's
Yeah,
why
but he could have.
lost.
Yeah, but they could have easily told the shareholders, "We have a deal with China. We stockpiling these for China."
Oh, I know because Trump hadn't said it already.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Trump. Remember when
This
Trump?
doesn't.
Remember
Trump
when?
hasn't said it yet, though. This is
Remember
just like
when
it just says
Trump?
internal team.
Remember when Trump came out of the tariff deal? He said it there. He said, "We got what you wanted. Uh, the Chinese want chips." I told them, "Hey, you know, you're gonna have to talk to Nvidia about that." So they've got a meeting in the morning. It should be productive. It's like go ask your mom. You know, Trump, can we have chips? Go ask your mom. But you know they made a deal. There's no way in hell that they didn't make a deal. Nvidia's been dying to open up that market. And you know China needs it.
You know what's crazy about Nvidia is they're so big right now and they don't have access to China. That's why Nvidia is so bullish. That's why this whole AI bubble thing, whatever, it is what it is. But they haven't had access to China, and they're this big. If they have that access, like that's why I just thought it can't be over yet. I think we
Yeah.
got Legacy's got a leg up still, and we're probably gonna benefit from that.
Now let me explain why that's important with the inventory, why it was taken so negatively. Everybody's watching to see, is there any weakness in this bubble? Are we seeing any cooling off? Right? After the SEC dropped their Q report, the stuff that Jensen left out was that their future orders are down. The orders they've made for future chips are down. The inventory is piling up. These are all really bad signs, right? If they're not explained properly, these are all bad signs that you're starting to see some softness or some weakness. That's why everybody freaked out, because when the earnings came out good, everybody said, "All right, risk on, let's do it." But then as this information started coming out, people were like, "Wait a minute, you know what I mean? Did we jump too soon?" Jensen's
As
goofy,
always,
bro. Jensen, for to be the CEO of a company that large, like the way he talks to shareholders in those meetings is just goofy.
as always, sell the news, buy the dip if the news is good.
It's
It needs to be a dip, so you need to put a lower low. Yeah? No, a better dip than the previous dip.
I think everything's waiting for confirmation on this news, like from Trump. It just says Trump's eternal team.
Yo, last time that YouTube did that stupid shit with the names, what fixed it? It just fixed on its own, right? One day it just started working again.
I seen another streamer, Tom Crown, said that we should get used to it and that this is what YouTube's switching over to. So the names that are showing up, like if you want to change it, that we should make our changes if your name is not what it normally was or whatever. He's like, this is the future and they're rolling it out. So
I don't know.
I don't know.
This is the second time they do it though, and in the past it's just
Yeah,
gone
they say
away.
that this is what they're rolling out across the whole thing.
Very
And
good.
the kid's usually pretty straight up, I think. But yeah, with that as you know.
All right, so we're holding another higher low. Excuse me. So we're fractaling smaller, right? W outside of the downtrend. Talk about a
Yeah, I
breakout
think
and a retest. So the retest is now turning into a higher low. Measured move is lower than this, so it's not even worth drawing out. Measured move takes us probably to the 800.
Yeah, it's funny because the end lines up with market close, timing wise.
Are we trapping shorts today?
Shorts are already trapped. I'm trying to see if we're gonna go up and trap these longs before CME closes.
And we'll free them the bad way, right?
We might gap up, man. Honestly, I feel like Trump's gonna tweet after hours because he's gonna
Well, I mean,
everything.
a move
Once
from
that
here
news
to
came out,
90,
everything came out.
a move from here to 90 would be, or to 92 would be a gap up. Just be clear, if he does tweet and it sends it, like, we're expecting a move at least through 70% of these liquidations.
I'm saying, but if he does it like at like 6-7 o'clock or after futures,
6,
whenever
7.
CME closes, 6-7.
6, 7.
Oh, on Sunday.
Nah, maybe
Price,
today.
price needs to naturally start climbing. Liquidations are a target and all. The manipulation and for the pump is needed afterwards, right? To sustain it. Too soon. We're still in a downtrend. Never mind, just my opinion. Yeah, I think it's too soon for Trump to. Well, maybe it's not too soon for legacy, but for Bitcoin, we don't need a tweet. Trump tweet.
We just need confirmation. Like right now, it's just this is Bloomberg reporting it that Trump's internal team, and as soon as that hit, every chart candled up. It was crazy. And but I don't. Now it's just waiting, I guess, for confirmation because it says internally floating, selling to China. But that's not confirmed.
Oh, okay. I thought, yeah, and if you could sneak in a few words about crypto, you know, during his public address.
But the thing is, I don't think China wants these chips because it's these H100s. They want the Blackwells. I don't even think they want these H100s.
China steals all of Americans' ideas and inventions, so I wouldn't be surprised if
That's racist.
There's
I don't
documentaries
want.
proving it. There's spies
I'm
everywhere.
just playing. I know.
Tana,
I'm
what
talking shit.
Tana, what you say was true. It's not anymore. Now they're building their own stuff.
Yeah, they got all the shit they needed already.
No, they're progressing science in certain fields. Like they have a lot
Man,
of universities.
screw science. You know how amazing those Huawei phones are? Holy shit.
But they don't use as good tech as ASML makes, right? The Huawei phone isn't. Well, maybe
They
just
just basically they didn't start from scratch. They basically started from an iPhone and then improved it.
But
So
like,
it's a bit of a
I think what you
head
said was
start.
true 30 years ago. It's not anymore.
As you see, there are active Chinese spies.
Yes, there are also active French spies, American, Russian.
It's
every kind of
not
spies.
it's really small shit, yo. It's like people don't like corporate espionage is really boring shit, like the formula for the color white that Glidden uses. Shit like that.
Navajo white. That's what we're looking for. This is the wrong kind.
Anything really high tech that gives an edge to a country, everybody else is trying to steal it. Especially the ASML machines. I'm invested in ASML a bit. Well, not at the moment, but I follow it, and there's lots of articles written about how the Chinese, Russians, even Americans try to steal the tech.
I thought that Trump didn't want Chinese to have NVIDIA because they didn't want AI for their military.
Oh. Trump
He
wanted
had
to
no
have
choice.
leverage, in my opinion. Trump knows that that's what they want. You can't give it to them until you have an ask. And he had an
And
ask.
he had,
He got that rare earth deal for it.
but the ban backfired in threat of blocking rare earth exports, right? So he had no choice after that, because you can't make Blackwell or anything else without rare earth. So
It's like if you really don't care if your kid gets a tattoo, but you make a big deal out of it so that when you finally let them, you can get something out of it. You're like, all right, you can get the tattoo, but you're going to have to clean the house for the next year. Like, you don't really care if he gets a tattoo, but you can't let them know that. So you've got to keep China thinking that they're never going to get those chips. That way, when you dangle it in front of them, you can get what you want from them. Man, it's pretty good at negotiations, man. I'll give it to him. But slash and burn strategy, like, but it's effective.
Collateral damage, bro. Like, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, like, I mean, and I say it laughingly, but we're the ones that caught the shit under the stick on this whole thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Every
crypto
time
got
he came into
burned.
negotiations and he's like, we're gonna do the worst thing you could possibly think of. We're gonna do that twice over. And it's like, oh shit, here we go. Now we gotta wait for everybody to react to this shit. And then we gotta wait for the news to come out that it's really not gonna be that bad. And he made a deal. And we did that over and over and over.
Nah, you know, like this thing about this chips. I feel like they first send out like feeler tweets just to see how the market will react, and then they like it, and then they're gonna. I just don't know when they're gonna confirm it, but I feel like he's gonna do it. Either if not today, then maybe this weekend.
you know, Tana, about that Chinese stuff, I saw a short on YouTube a few days ago, and I think it sums up pretty good the situation between the two countries. It's when you ask children in America, what do you want to do when you get older? You know, their first answer today is, I want to be a YouTube influencer. When you ask the same question in China, the answer is astronaut. So there's one that's dreaming, you know, a bit about like scientific stuff, while the other is more like into social media.
Vivek
So
Ramaswamy or whatever said he got in trouble for saying something similar, right? When they were doing the, are you talking about the visas, the H-1 visa thing? Because, you know, we have those visas for people who are educated, right? Highly educated doctors, easy for you to get a visa. And they were trying to stop them. And then he said something like, because they were like, oh, we need to give those jobs to Americans. And he said something like, well, they're just better engineers. Like when you're from a society that holds engineers in high esteem, then you get great engineers. When you're from a society that holds the high school quarterback and the head cheerleader in high esteem, well, like that's what you get. And America didn't like that, bro. But I mean, got a point. You
so
know,
if you fast forward that 20 years into the future, we kind of know where the science is gonna be done. You know.
I mean, we've been trying to boost it in the schools here for the longest, because I remember all the STEM programs and all that
Not
shit.
anymore.
Well, they're trying. It's just, you know.
Yeah, but doesn't
Scientists
China?
are leaving. That's not true, Dbloc. From what I heard, they're leaving America now because
No,
of
I'm
the
talking about in
political.
schools. I'm talking about it in our schools, right? So
Oh,
they make like they're trying to make that a focus, but it just never really catches on.
Yeah, but doesn't China control the social media and all that stuff? Like, Kids,
Yeah,
like,
maybe
they'll-
that's why. But yes, like maybe they don't have as much liberty to express, and that's why nobody dreams about being a YouTuber. But when you think about the inspiration, like astronaut is like, yeah, it's really I don't know. To me, it sounds cooler than being a YouTuber, but I might be wrong.
Real hugs. Yeah, I'm sure there was. I don't doubt that. Yeah, not that statement wasn't meant to be like political. I don't have a dog in that race. It was just going along with what Zusi said.
And then yeah, when you add fentanyl and this and that, you get just they're trying to break the Western societies a bit, between TikTok and.
Slow attack, in my opinion. I've been saying it for the longest. I know what a country looks like when they're gearing up for war. Whether they do it slowly or quickly, it's the same. All right, let's do it. 10,000 subs. I'm going to space.
who says you can't? Who says you can't be a YouTuber and an astronaut?
Look, right now, we'll lock it in. 10,000 subs, and I will 1,000% send Zusi to space. And we'll live stream
1,000
it.
subs and you're getting that Labubu tattoo.
You'll notice, has anyone looked at Zcash? That might have been the top for Zcash and the start for everything else. It's just falling.
They did a poll in France recently, and the question was, would you fight to defend your country, or would you send your children to die for your country? It came out as 60% yes, 40% no. So I guess it's not that bad, right? There are 60% still
That's
that
about,
want to defend them.
that's higher than enlistment, I think. Yeah. That's higher than the enlistment rate. The question is, do the kids want to go at this point, like this generation? Right?
But the poll was on the young generation, and yeah, they're okay defending their country. They want to. At least it's what they say.
You guys have not been paying attention to my overall thesis. If you think there's going to be a 1 Bitcoin giveaway,
Yo, Dbloc, what was that level in Zcash you said you were looking for?
let's take a look at
5
Zcash.
something? I can't remember. You said you were looking like for a 5 entry.
I have to pull up the chart. I've got so many levels I'm looking at right now that
Spies pushing.
But yeah, a lot of.
I was looking for. We're just getting into the zone where we should fall through that VPVR pretty. That gap in the VPVR right there.
Yeah, I was thinking about either shorting this or longing it, but
There's a third option.
So you were thinking about trading it, in other words. That's 11% drop through the gap. It's like I was thinking about shorting it or longing it. I was maybe gonna get spot. I thought maybe about getting the option. It's like gonna hit it from every angle.
There's a third option. It's choose to ignore. It's good for the heartbeat, ignoring sometimes. But yeah, no, Tana, you're right. China copied a lot of stuff, and they kind of stole tech a lot. Yeah. Last 30 years. Aircraft, like Airbus aircrafts, got like completely
Neve.
copied and all. But we do the same stuff, but we don't steal. We take over, right?
Well, you know, potato. To the
We
victor
just
go
don't
to
call it
spoils.
stealing, right? We don't copy. We just take over. Oh, here you go. Take some dollars. Give me your company. Come innovate.
I mean, the biggest, as far as the United States goes, probably the brain drain, right? Is the biggest effect that it has on other countries. All your engineers, all the, you know what I mean? There's what they call the brain drain, where everybody just comes to the U.S.
Yeah. But you buy the best minds.
What do you think I'd look cuter in, Bebo? Not your style. Or you want to see me like in some leather or something? Oh, weird.
At least he didn't add the ball gag to it.
Well, I don't know if Bebo's a girl or not, but he was commenting on what I wear, so I figured there could be a chance. Like, men don't usually talk about what other men wear. I'm just trolling Nico and Bebo. And I'm not going to be 51 years old. Or am I? You know, this whole having the camera behind me thing was never intentional. It's just literally where my camera was set up originally. But I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm not going to hold you. Funny thing is, half of the people, more than half of the people in the Discord have seen my face a million times. Anybody that's been with us for more than a year or 2 years has seen my face.
Or must have missed it.
You just don't remember.
No?
You
I
weren't
know
here. You were here during the bear market,
Mm,
or weren't you?
I was here.
Oh,
But I
that's
don't
true.
know.
I do have a pic on. That's true. On my Discord. Yeah, that's horrible, bro.
Yeah.
Like the worst ninja ever.
Oh yeah, no, I've never like zoomed into that.
You got joined to see it?
It's just a face, you know.
Legacy really had a strong B leg up with that NVIDIA earnings. You know, it really gave a strong B up, and then we put a low below, and now we're back below above the previous low. So I think the the legacy ABC is kind of in the chart already on hourly, right? Well, on Bitcoin, Well, we have a B up here, I guess, but it's well, it would need to be a bit much more, a bit more like at yeah 90. Now, if you really want to see strength in the chart, it's gotta go above above 92, 93 even. Yeah. Really want to separate from the down crash we're in. Trend. Well, it's not a trend anymore; it's a crash now. Well, impulse.
Ascending triangle on Zcash is about to break too, or already did break actually.
Ascending triangle. Any ideas where people are gonna put their profits from Zcash? Probably just Bitcoin, no?
Nah, ETH or Solana, I guess. I feel like they took their profits from Bitcoin and put it into Zcash.
They're gonna put it in somebody else's pocket if they don't TP. It could get ugly if that doesn't hold. If this high volume node doesn't hold and it comes through the next one, it could get ugly.
It looks like a triple top, right? Like that top right there, top,
yeah, sure.
Like a triple top.
The one thing that I would have expected to see that we didn't was like a SFP above. Right? Come up, clear that liquidity, and then rip it. But they didn't really do that.
Bitcoin dropped 36% after a triple top. Does your arrow line up with 36% from all-time highs on Zcash?
I mean, it's a significant drop from where we are now. From the top, you mean? 52%.
Ooh.
From where we are now, 38%. That's assuming a couple things. That's assuming that this high volume node doesn't hold. Come on. Right, this high volume node doesn't hold. Quick move to 475. This one doesn't hold. That's what's do it. So areas of interest. 420. 475. And 550. Be a domino effect. If one breaks, it'll go a quick move to the other. If the other breaks, quick move to the other. Not financial advice. Just for educational purposes. This is what the old guy said in the TA book I read, man. I'm sure what to do.
And if that doesn't hold?
Oh, then the fund's over on Zcash.
Well, you have a bigger node down there?
Yeah, this move from 359 to 270 would be pretty violent. Not a lot of support in that.
Alright, so the lowest number is 260, right? Maybe it's an alarm there. But at that point, probably nobody will buy it anymore.
That's there. We can get rid of that. We'll leave them move. Now, bullish Bitcoin, right? Could change that, obviously. This is if the trend continues to be our friend. if you look at it on the daily, it's a little more obvious. Nothing really to stop you here. Fair value gap. Then you run into a little bit of support, prior support. But after
I'll take a
that,
swing at it. I'm swinging at it long. I figure Bitcoin pops here and it will maybe save Zcash from doom.
make sure you wait for confirmation. Like, make sure the candle you're looking at is decent. So you're not the only one buying it.
It's the most pumped up Bitcoin pair there is right now. It's Zcash.
Pumping on decreased volume right now. Be careful. It is pumping. It is putting in a higher low on the 5 minute. But it's doing it on decreasing.
I mean, more like there's thousands of alts out there, you know, and
price goes up, volume comes down, price corrects the divergence. Price goes up while volume is going down, price will correct that. Up, volume's down, corrects it. Now you need to see volume pick up. If price is going. If that doesn't happen, then even a pump here on low volume will correct that divergence. So you're just looking for this to basically break trend. As long as your volume starts to pop.
on perp or on spot though. Because sometimes Dbloc I see a volume pop on perp, but it's not at all on spot, and sometimes it's the opposite, like there's a big volume increase.
Keep it simple,
spot.
whatever chart you're trading on.
Yeah, but there's some trickery between leverage and spot going on all the time, and sometimes there's no volume on perp, but you know, but I take the trade because I see it on spot and vice versa.
Check both then.
Oh, I think spot only is enough.
Give me a second. I'm back.
Is it too early to draw a bear flag on Bitcoin?
Slow breaking W's will turn into a bear flag, but I would like to see like another top. Somebody said, what's the difference between volume and money flow? It's the easiest way to put this. Volume is how much, right? The total number of coins traded within a specific period. Money flow is which way, right? So volume will tell you how much, but it doesn't. Well, here you got the red and the green, but it doesn't tell you. It just tells you that a lot of coins were traded. Your money flow will give you the direction.
You know, whether the volume bar is red or green is really not important.
No, you can put that all the same color. Yeah, exactly. I think it screws people up sometimes too.
Yeah. But it's green just because the candle is green, and it's red just because the candle is red. But
It makes it easier when you're trying to determine. It makes it easier when you're trying to determine if something dropped on low volume, or is that volume spike on the drop candle, or did the volume come in before the, you know what I mean? So like visually, you're like, okay, you know, that's that candle. That's it. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. And then money flow measures the pressure, right? Like buyers versus sellers. Right? Was the trading primarily driven by buyers or sellers? Money flow is kind of wonky, man. I'll look at money flow every once in a while, but you can kind of tell by the chart and everything else if the buyers are in charge or the sellers are in charge.
They're keeping us in this W.
Mm-hmm. Not just us.
Spies breaking out.
Look at all the alts, or at least the majority of them. Same shit.
Unless the SPY is gonna have a sell off at close, maybe. But they shouldn't though, because Nvidia is still up. Most of tech got a big candle up.
On a Friday. I don't know why it reminds me of last Friday.
What happened last Friday? I forgot.
We pumped.
Did we?
We were
We pumped
also
last Friday?
trying to get above the 50 in what looked like an impossible task and ended up being, yeah, bridge 2.
You know, this week has felt like a year for me. I can't remember what happened yesterday.
Static. I wish I had fixed this.
Actually, I mean,
Mic
even
check,
last
mic
Friday,
check. All right, we're good.
it was green on Legacy, but red on Bitcoin.
I don't know what that was. My mic was making some weird noise. I didn't hear it, but I saw the mic red line. Everybody awake now? My bad, y'all. I muted my mic before I pulled the USB out. Guess it didn't matter.
It's really cool that someone decided to defend 82,500. Like, that should give us support this weekend. And if you're on Team Red, may I suggest a sell ball somewhere? Because
They don't have any more Bitcoin to sell, dude.
someone bought plenty. He's been buying since October 10. Exchanges? No, exchanges probably have more Bitcoin now than a month ago.
Somebody's
got an open mic.
It's also worth 36% less, so makes sense that they have more Bitcoin in their hands. It's worth less. Like they should have 30% more Bitcoin, right? Just to be still at the same dollar liquidity available.
Grayscale is launching their XRP and Doge ETFs on Monday.
Oh boy.
Good news, sell it.
Not if they've got an XRP and Doge fund already. This is Grayscale we're talking about. We know how they operate.
Yeah, sell the news and buy the dip because it's good news. But wait, it's too late. No. What's Doge at?
Like fighting for 14, like between 13 and 14.
Yeah, it's too late.
But you want to see the McDonald's indicator? Let's see what we got. I'm working on an indicator, yo. I think that I'm being too ambitious, but I want it to have everything. So it's gonna take some time. What the hell is the... Well, we got the inverse golden arches. Right, so Ronald McDonald says that this is a higher low. And he said it's Big Mac time. I guess he was more comfortable with a type 2 entry. Oh wait, is there a burger down there too? Yeah. Look at you, type 1, type 2 entry. Always perfect. Ronald McDonald strikes again.
Does it tell you where to TP though?
Nah, this thing is really dumb. Like
I know.
look at the signals on it. Look.
Just repaints.
Yeah, and it does it late. Like this thing probably doesn't even come out until like you're all the way over here. People fall for this. That's what I'm telling you, bro. Signals and all that shit is stupid, bro. Signals, paid setups, all that. Just learn how it's done. Right? And that's what we try to do here. If you can just learn the techniques, then you'll never need anybody to tell you where price is going. You'd be wrong all on your own. You've seen it turn from burger to fries for real? That's crazy. I never paid that much attention, but I've definitely sat there and watched it print late. I could see somebody trying to sell. I wonder if anybody ever tried to sell that indicator. The guy that made it tried to sell it, or if it really was just meant to be a joke.
Ooh, food for bulls. I guess it's fries.
That's a nasty indicator to troll somebody with.
Yeah, there was someone in here that came in and was talking to Dbloc about how he linked up Alexa to TradingView with alerts. I found that sounded really cool, actually.
Yeah, he was trying to sell something.
Oh, was he? I thought he just had like an idea.
Nah, I went to his channel. Well, yeah, there was just some stuff on the channel that was like some trading bot stuff and some other stuff. Like, I hope it works out for him. I wasn't about to funnel a bunch of people over there. The idea is cool though, and eventually we'll get there. You know, the good thing about this strategy is a lot of it is mechanical. What you can't teach the bot is sentiment type shit, right? We've seen during the AI competition, half of them decided to counter trade sentiment, the other half went with the sentiment. So it's like they're not there yet. But as far as like just following regular shit and giving you alerts when things happen, like, yeah, you can program a lot of that shit. You won't need to though.
Some sellables up here. Bull sellable. Just food for bulls.
Is it? Let's see. Where's the DAC at? Pretty decent indicator for what you call it too, huh? Bitcoin 4-year cycle on NASDAQ. But suffered the same liquidity drain that it did. Question this whole time is, will it hold this support? So far, pretty good.
That looks like a head and shoulder too, though.
A little bit. It looks a lot like Bitcoin structure. There. No one up here that broke. Things went bad on. Might just reminiscent of Bitcoin's structure. Except it's already come all the way down to 74. Kind of crazy, huh?
Yeah.
All the way down to 74 and back to basically where we're at right now, or higher.
You know, total is below 69.
Total is bad.
It's 1010 though, no? That $20 billion liquidated probably hit total pretty hard. Like 10% of market cap just evaporated.
I'll be right back. Hold on. Alright, I'm back, fam. So what do we got? Hour and a half till CME closes? I don't know. They're gonna be satisfied with this as a weak ass wrapped long. That week we've got volume. I want to see a little sweep up here. But we are putting in an M pattern on super small time frame. That's threatening to invalidate that W. Hard to see. Slow moving, slow breaking W's create bear flags. I just don't like the top touch on it. But whenever you get W's that break slowly, you're gonna end up with bearish channels. But it is rising. Either way, it's bearish. But what I mean is this. And like you really have to stretch it. So I was looking for that final touch. This is my thesis. Price comes up, clears liquidations, final touch, comes down, closes CME. And then we go into our weekend trap as we break. Man, it's a relief to 188. Let's get it, bro. Yeah, man, patience is gonna go a long way. This shit has been a hell of a test of patience and conviction. $74K for the bottom of the bear market isn't gonna cut it now. We're going way underneath 74. But we've got this pesky question of, is it an extended cycle or is it a dead cat bounce ahead of us that we've got to take care of before that? Numbers I was looking at, bro. If we really do get a lower high, I'm looking at 40s. 39, 40, 35-ish. That would just be 70%. That would just be a 70% drop. We're used to 85% drops in the bear. I'm taking some off of it. We had a 77% drop last time, right? So I'm saying, all right, let's take a whole 7% off for diminishing returns. First one was 95%, then it went to 89%, and then 86.5%, and then it jumped right to 77%. So let's take a whole 7 off and say we get 70% drop for the bear. If we topped on the 6th, that's 37. Yeah, not too far off, Lippy. Right around those ranges. What makes sense technically though, at that point, in my opinion, would be that we come down. I know it's gonna sound crazy, but would be that we come down to 32. Look, if we get front run by institutions, which is a real possibility, right? The institutions don't wait for this shit to be done to start filling up, right? They don't wait for the full 70%. If we get front run by institutions, it'll be at 50 in my opinion. And this will hold. But if not, one thing that it's not going to do for sure that I'm willing to risk my reputation on is it's not going to do this in a straight line, right? At some point here, there's going to be a euphoria inducing rally that might just be what traps a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, that's so what I'm going to be focusing on, right, in the group is wherever that bounce comes from, right, whether it's here or here, that we don't get super euphoric, right, until we see levels breaking that need to break. Because it's going to be easy to feel like, oh, we're so back, and then you just jump in with the rest of your portfolio that's on the sidelines or whatever, just to have it roll over. Yeah, you guys will know every single, like, whenever I make any DCA on Bitcoin at the bottom of the bear, I'll be loud about it. Not as a signal, just for transparency. Right now, the predominant pattern is the W pattern. W pattern isn't invalidated until here. We're just tracking the weakness. double top, lower high. If we turn this upside down, how many times have we seen the double bottom, lower high, right? I always say, like, your double bottom is confirmed at your higher low, or inverted at your lower high. But as long as it doesn't break. If it breaks, you come through these liquidations, then you're threatening taking out your W pattern. Yeah, we looked at some of the percentages. If we come look and we turn on, I think I have the percentages here somewhere. Yeah, so these are our drawdowns, or our bear market dead cats. Right, so if you're on Team Bear and you think this says autumn, it's, you know, bear market already, you're not going to wait for the second week under the 50, you're like, this is a bear market. Well, these are the retracements that we've had during the bear. Right, 26%, 40%, 27%, 43%, average of 34%. The difference between if this is an extension or if this is a bear market comes in the drawdowns. Right? In the bull market, these are recoveries from liquidation events. Right? So you see the difference, an average of 75% versus an average of 34%. So if we had the average bear market dead cat bounce, 34% would get us to 109. Basically 110. We'll reject off of 110 and then roll over. If we have the traditional bull market recovery from a liquidation event, we get to my 150. We shall see. No problem, brother. You know, the only problem with that is until we actually establish a bottom, that 25% could be from down here or down, you know what I mean? Like we've got to establish a bottom first before we start taking topside measurements. Yeah, I mean, this would be a lot easier to pump if it wasn't for how nice those longs look underneath us. They're really falling in now. I expectedly, I'm not waiting until the last minute to full port. I'm gonna start DCAing probably pretty early, probably earlier than most people think is advisable. I'd be like, why don't you wait? Because these sneaky bastards are not about to front run me again like they did during the last one. I've been front run once by them already. It's not gonna happen again. Fuckers front ran me by $1,300 at the bottom. They robbed me of my 14.8. Yeah, precursor wick is what we were talking about. If we go into the bear market, those wicks will most likely be targets. I mean, alts tend to drop 95, 99%. And that's really close to what we got on a lot of those wicks. I do get the argument though that the reason that they drop 99% is because they have to clear all that leverage, right? They've got to clear all that liquidity. Well, we cleared all of that shit on the 10th. So do they really need to drop? You know? I would assume that they do just because of how low interest is. You need retail to buy alts, and the retail is not gonna, I don't think we're gonna get them interested, especially not after a massive drop like that. Yeah, from their highs, Hoover. From the top of the coins. Now again, we had no euphoria, right? So we're gonna have to judge it by ear. But we had no euphoria, which means we don't have people holding on to too late and selling all the way through. The dynamics might be a little bit different on the way down. But shit, we're already down almost halfway in 2 weeks, so on some alts. There you go. So now you just need the bulls to invalidate the M pattern and we don't have to worry about it no more. Really looks like it's just building that bull flag on the W. It's one of my favorite W's when it works like that. You'll basically do a right side and then your left side sort of flags out. The reason I like it is just because one, I'm a nerd and it's like perfect asymmetry, right? Because your measured move for the bull flag is the exact same measured move as if you were looking at it as a W. Only difference is that your bull flag target gets put on the part of the flag that breaks, while your W pattern target gets put at the neckline. Yeah, Fabrizio, I know. I've seen all the videos. They're not wrong though. I mean, bear market should last about a year. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a tradable environment depending on your risk appetite. Yo, Silly, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. I didn't catch that. Yeah, Musarat. People are also looking for a rescue ship for the alts that they're underwater on if they held. Right, just a higher price that they can exit from. Nah, I haven't looked at Aster. Is it basically doing what everything else is doing, or is it showing some life? The Zec is down into that break now. Let's see if I can get that 516. Okay. A little healthier. Same basic pattern though. And now we're consolidating at the break. All of this is obviously pretty Bitcoin dependent. Every alt that has decent volume on its Bitcoin pair, like Aster, or that has decent market cap size, like your ETH, Souls, Lynx, Jasmines, right? They're all playing out the same pattern, right? They're all at different levels of their break. If Bitcoin can hold it together and play this out, then so will these. Bitcoin falls apart, then so will these, including Aster. So that's why we're sort of focused in here to see if we're going to get the break or not. CME closes in, 1 hour, 3 minutes. It was just this week, Bam, that I got my head around the time change. I struggled for like 2 weeks with that shit. Keep an eye on Dom because that's going to determine how bad the alts break those patterns. And it's looking really inverted head and shouldery here. Right? It's not perfect, but it's what we call in the spirit of. And when you're doing TA on Dom when it comes to patterns, we're not looking for perfection, right? All we're looking for is price action that's in the spirit of a continuation or a reversal. I'll get you the lick, Mandy. In a second. Discord's a one-time $50 fee. That's the link for it there. It's not a subscription base, it's just a one-time fee, and then you're stuck with us. Yeah, I think on the WAP, if you go to that link, that WAP has crypto options, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. PayPal, Cash App, whatever.
Well, well, well. What do we have here?
MW.
Ah. Could this be the makings of a reversal potentially?
It better be, because I spent a lot of money last night.
Yeah, dude.
Nah, it looks good.
There was
It looks good.
some people spent a lot of money. A lot of people spent a lot of money last night because there was over around 3 a.m. There was like a $1 billion liquidation event that happened. That wick to the left, all that volume came in, and I was like, "That's it. That's the big volume spike we've been waiting for." And it came and filled the wick in, and now it's been holding higher lows.
Yeah. I don't like that we're going into the weekend. Like, I don't want the weekend trap killing any momentum, that we managed to muster up from that. But like I said earlier, it looks like we're already ranging where the trap's going to be. What I'm looking for is a trapped long.
Oh, also, the S&P bounced off the 20-week SMA.
Did you see Fed Watch?
Nah,
You didn't see the odds for a cut?
they they went down.
Look, ready?
Drum roll.
Sorry for the flashbang, y'all.
All right, so that's 75-25 basically.
73% chance. We were at, where were we at yesterday? Last night? We were at 39%.
That they will cut?
That they will cut. Yeah, it was 39% thought that it would cut. Now we're up to
Oh,
73.
Jesus.
That's where all the bullishness came from.
Well, the stock market fell like 5%. Well, the S&P fell like 5%, almost 6%, I think, and the day it did something around the same, did it?
Last night was bad, bro. I was
Yeah,
looking at some of the
yesterday,
alts last night.
the whole stock market was bad yesterday morning. It was terrible, and then crypto got even worse later at night. Like stock market was like, all right, we're done with this. We're packing it up for the day. You guys take the rest, and then crypto pulled the double shift, just freaking obliteration.
I'm running on like 3 hours sleep. Today is mostly TA by instinct, y'all. My subconscious is doing the TA today.
Yeah, I don't like Nvidia anymore. I think it's topping out, but I've been hearing some good things about like AMD and Intel, or like these other American companies.
There's a catch-up trade there, in my opinion. I don't know if it's one that I'm willing to take, but I think there's probably an AMD catch-up trade there. Obviously, not catch up it's not going to do what Nvidia did, but you get what I mean. There's some divergence there that needs to be, because if
Rotation.
just the fact that Nvidia is valued at what they're valued at automatically brings the value of their competitor up, in my opinion. The fair value of AMD should be higher with Nvidia sitting at the valuations that it has.
Well, somebody was saying this other country they wanted chips, but they didn't want chips from China. They wanted them from the US. From US companies.
Yeah, there's
So the
probably some
next two
reasons.
biggest is like
Probably reasons for
Nvidia and
that.
Intel. But Intel's kind of been going down the tubes, so I feel like the next best bet is AMD. Yeah, it's probably. I agree. There's probably some geopolitical reasons, but.
Oh, that's what's up, Khaled. Yeah, to see the whole thing, you got to be on the weekly because it's more of a macro, but it's done a pretty good job in the past. I mean, it nailed this one. We had
Oracle
one
is
of
sitting
the
at its previous all-time high.
one of the feds spoke today, Dustin, and they basically hinted at a cut. In December. Yeah, I think, Dustin, in my opinion, ever since Powell got up and said, hey, you know, December isn't promised, we knew that they were trying to affect sentiment. And I think that they pushed it too far in one direction. Or they decided that it's time to start, you know, correcting the ship. Because you don't want to do too much damage. If you get people too scared and then you cut, it looks like desperation, and that gets them even more scared. So what you want is a sweet spot of about like 80 to 90%, or 80 to 85 would be great, because it leaves something to be baked in still. Shit. If they did something crazy like let the sentiment for the rate cut come up to like 85% and then drop a 0.5 instead of a 0.25, things could get spicy. I'm here, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm reading something real quick. Yeah, Evie, that's why we've been that's why I've been trying to be so annoying about alts when things go bad. And remember yesterday when Bitcoin was dropping but alts didn't drop, and we were looking at dominance. We're like, be careful, because the next time the dominance goes up and Bitcoin drops, it's going to take the alts are going to make up for that. Because you got to remember, when Bitcoin drops, these alts have to be repaired. These alts have to be repriced versus their Satoshi value. Right? Because they're all so heavily paired against Bitcoin. So some of it is baked in. No, it's just so that they can send you, Mendy, it's just so that they can send you the link, the role. WAP is good. I trust them. I don't trust many. It's just so that they know who you are and they send you the role automatically. It keeps me from having to send every new person a role, you know? Like automates it. Welcome. I appreciate you for joining us.
If you look at the 1 hour chart, there's two those liquidation events that caused two stopping volume candles. The first one got validated, obviously, but the second one, when it dipped down and took out that low, put in a second stopping volume candle, and that one has not been invalidated yet.
Nice. USDT dominance is a rocket ship right now, but that shit is kind of freaky, actually. Because if we look at it, well, let's take a look at stablecoin supply first, real quick. Yeah, you see what I mean? So this is total minus total, excluding stable coins, divided by total. So it basically gives you all the dry powder, right? All the stable coin supply, basically. We're getting to record levels over the last 2 years. Right? Over the last 2 years, every time we came up and we got to about 0.09, we've sold off and price has gone up, right? And then we take profit, stables fill back up, and as soon as they got to that level, they got spent back off. But we're getting above 0.1 right now.
How does that compare with the USDT dominance?
That's what I was about to check. So I was like, I wanted to come check this first. And then we need to see our flow in and out real quick too. This is our flow of stables from banks to exchanges or exchanges to banks. Right, so we saw bank deposits come into stables, and then we saw that flatten out. Give us a little bit of warning. This was around Halloween, right? The week of Halloween, where all the inflows, outflows, everything just stopped. Basically, this came to a stop for like a week. And then we saw the stables come out to the bank, and then we saw them come back into the market. Lower high we were looking for. So pretty choppy on that front. And then let's look at this is a crazy chart, bro. I can't even explain this chart without sounding like a crazy moon boy. I can't. Like, it's impossible. So instead, I'm going to show you instead of saying anything. Let's bring up Bitcoin. So the orange is Bitcoin, right? This is the parabolic curve that, or, you know, that USDT dominance has been on. You notice every time we get to the bottom of the curve, it's the top of the market. Right? So if the bottom of the curve is the top of the market, then the top of the curve, right? If the bottom of the curve are good TPs, then the top of the curve right, get you bear market lows. Right? Decent place to buy. Decent place to buy. Sells off. And we've used this for the longest already. Right? Sold off. Sold off. We've never touched it. I was looking for Bitcoin to top this cycle, topping down, which it never hit. Instead, it went up. And right now, about to touch the top again. This happens at the bottom of bear markets. Right? Or at the bottom of like impulsive moves. Now, could this with the gene, because we've always talked about this curve, the one thing that USDT dominance isn't going to do is this. Right? I don't care how long it's been stuck in between those two things. At some point, it's going to break out. Right? And the Genius bill is going to have something to do with that. $13 trillion coming into stables. You think the dominance stays at 6%? When we've got a less than $3 trillion market cap for total? No, this is going up. The question is, does it do that? Or does it just go and then we can't count? After that, we're done with this chart, guys. I hate to break it to y'all. But when that money comes in from the Genius bill and this thing takes off, we're done with this chart. It's useless to us. We can look at it for ins and outs, but there's going to be so many stables coming in for commerce just to buy shit online that has nothing to do with, you know, trading, that it's not going to mean much when we see it pump or dump or, you know. So this will be something that we get to show new traders in like 10 years and be like, hey guys, check this out. Look, this is all we had to do. This is all we had to do. And then they'll just hate us and be like, oh, you guys got lucky. You had it so easy. And then we'll just look at each other and think about 1010 with dead eyes. Like, yeah, easy, huh?
We should get a badge by our name, whoever survives the rest of this
For
year.
real, no
Just for
bullshit.
10-10.
I'm not gonna lie, that would be a good idea, like a survivor badge.
Something, bro.
You know what's crazy about 1010, and I don't know if I'm the only one that felt like this, but I legit felt survivor guilt.
Yeah, I did.
Like, you know how like when people get in an accident, like someone passes and someone doesn't, they're like that survivor guilt that like kills them, like, oh, it should have been me, or you know, that type of shit.
Yeah.
Like I legit
I heard
felt
it in
it,
your voice.
like I felt people's pain on that shit, bro.
I heard it in your voice when you were checking the polls. You wouldn't let that go. You checked it like 3-4 times. Like, damn, I'm disappointed. It was like disappointed teacher, you know, or like a parent or something.
It just sucks because it happens. It'll happen at least once during the bull market. right? But there's so much time that passes between it that people just forget.
Still want that badge though.
Yeah, that'll be cool. We're happy right now, bye. That's where survival guilt comes from feeling happy and relieved when everyone around you is like, you know.
Got a quick question, D.
Yeah.
So when bear market kicks in, right? You're saying 90-95% down on alts?
Typically, yeah. With a little asterisk next to it, because the reason it comes down so hard is because one, there's a bunch of euphoria and then the euphoria goes away. But it takes a long time for the euphoria to leave. So there's people that hold on to their alts and there's sell pressure all the way down. Right? Because they're capitulating like all the way down. Two, there's leverage that's stacked up all the way from the lows that never gets taken care of, and then that gets taken care of on the drop. This year, no euphoria, so no extreme blow off top that needs, and two, we wiped all that leverage on 1010. Right, like we wiped all of that shit down to the bottom. So I don't know. I want to say yeah. I want to say that sentiment gets so bad that just the fact that people aren't buying it will cause people to capitulate it, and it'll still go down even if there's no leverage to unwind. But there is a possibility that it's different just because those two things aren't there this time. It's true. When 1010 happened and me and Zusi were talking, like, you literally got an altcoin bear market in one candle. Like, that's the type of damage that's done over a year to an alt, and that should happen like that.
Well, that was kind of my question too. Does it relatively take the full bear market year to hit that 90-95% like usually?
Nah, I mean, usually what happens is it'll take like 6 or 7 months, and then you get like 3 months of people just thinking that shit's dead and it sits at the bottom. For you know how long Soul sat down at like $8?
No idea.
But it for a while you get like this capitulation, this like accumulation phase at the bottom, but it's really just like you buy, nah, you buy, nah, I think it's probably gonna go lower. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Or it's, crypto's dead. Like this shit is dead, it's never coming back. What I think might be different this time is, especially with the coins that have ETFs or have institutional interest, like you're not gonna have to convince these guys that crypto's not dead. That's a retail thing. Right? What takes so long to bounce from that bottom during the bear is that people have to slowly be convinced that it's not dead. Right? It takes Bitcoin to really start making moves and getting some green candles, and then people start having faith again. That might happen faster, which is why the right translated cycle made so much sense to me, because it's like, if we're probably going to cut our bear by 3 months and we're not going to break the 4-year cycle, then chances are we run the top of the cycle a little further. 1 month longer on the cycle, 1 month less on the bear, 2 months longer on the bull, 2 months less on the bear. And that still keeps us within that 4-year bubble. We're about to invalidate this M pattern here shortly.
Would this be the first bull cycle where it's extended, if it does extend?
No, we had an extended cycle, our first cycle. That was the first and only super cycle, in my opinion. People like to, and some people might disagree, but respectfully, those people are wrong. Let me go to Is this the full? Do you have everything? Yeah, you do. Okay. So this cycle here. But the reason we don't really count it is because the market was so illiquid. Like, we didn't even get an exchange until somewhere here. See, so right here we went for 5 years. Let's start the short because this is the crypto chart and this shit is not accurate. Give me one second. Well, momentum, where is yeah, I guess the BLX is a good one. So at this point we already had Mount Gox here, so things were stabilized and we started the traditional 4-year cycle that we all apparently know and love now, because top by the cycle was supposed to be in that box. The BLX chart stopped working though, that's why it hasn't printed. But this cycle here was the one that I'm talking about. Right, so some people say, well, this went down 94%, so this was the first bear market, but this was too short. Right, so in my opinion, this whole thing was the first cycle, and it was a super cycle.
So a year additional to the happening, or I guess after the 4-year cycle.
What happened?
That was from like the birth of Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, yeah. This is from the very bottom.
Hey, history repeats itself, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's like saying, and imagine there's like a cycle to the cycles. Nah, that's crazy. That's too much. I'm just looking at it from.
I mean, there could be. We haven't had that. You know, Bitcoin was born out of the death of the real estate cycle, right? The real estate cycle was 18.6 years. For all we know, we're just seeing how Bitcoin reacts within those 18.6 years. What if there's a, yeah, what if after 20 years we find a larger cycle? Either way, we just keep it simple. Keep running that 4-year cycle until the wheels fall off.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, what's going on, Sample? I mean, the only responsible way to do it would be to wait for it to play out, see what triggered and what didn't. But we also have to remember that a lot of these on-chain indicators that didn't trigger to say that we were at the top are based off of euphoric blow-off tops, right? They're based off volume getting to a certain level, or they're based off short-term holders coming in at the end, right? And flipping the short-term holder, long-term holder ratio. So like not having euphoric sort of blow off top is what, in my opinion, what kept a lot of these triggers from going off. Yeah. And you'd have to adapt it, right? Like remember quantitative tightening. So the rule sets that we make for this cycle, we'll apply them during the next quantitative tightening cycle. Right? When money's not cheap and liquidity's tight, don't count on an indicator A, B, C, or D because you're not going to get a blow off top. Right? Or don't count on any indicators that trigger off of sentiment because retail is not going to be interested in those cycles. Right? These are all things that kept those from triggering, in my opinion. But there's some things that don't fail. One, timing. Always respect the timing. No matter what anything else looks like, you have to de-risk when you get to the time by date, right? Just to be safe because it's been accurate so many times that until it's wrong, you know what I mean? You've got to de-risk. And two, the structural stuff, right? Maybe during a quantitative tightening, low liquidity environment, we don't wait for a second close underneath the 50, you know, or you take the first close underneath the 50 as a sign to de-risk while you're waiting for the second. Small lessons like that, but they might not be applicable in the next bull market if we're in QE. So we've got to keep them, you know, put an asterisk by it, basically. Just like we can't follow the same rules that we learned in QE in QT, right? That's what got people wrecked. In QE, we learned buy alts low, super low valuations, hold on to them, and everything goes up and to the right. But when we brought those rules into QT, yeah, it's all good. We're building a toolbox sample that's meant to last 20, 30, 40 years, right? Not just the next cycle. So that's good. That just means you're ready for the next quantitative tightening cycle. You're going to know exactly what to do. Right? Now you focus on the quantitative easing or whatever. Maybe we don't even have it. Who knows what's going to happen? I think it's going to be extreme quantitative easing. Like, I think the new guy's going to come in and just put his foot on the gas. Well, in the next couple months, we figure out if we've topped out completely or if we're going to have an extension. Then going into October, November 2026, Bitcoin will be getting to the bottom of its ranges. And we get ready to take that ride again. Right? 1 year of accumulation, 2 years of appreciation, and then back into a bear market. And if done properly, life gets easier. I can tell you one thing. After next year, between now and next year, is the cheapest that you'll be able to buy Bitcoin probably for the rest of your life. right? When we came down from 69 to 15, right? Being underneath 20, being underneath 20 and in the teens, you had that feeling that if this is the bottom, we'll never get these prices again. You know what I mean? So it's not to be taken lightly. Yeah, I'll definitely dig into that. All right, so we've invalidated this pattern. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, who even invited that guy anyway?
Yo. Yeah, it was really bad, Gabriel. What made it worse were all the influencers that refused to see how different this bull market was. Bro, I shit you not. 4 days ago, I watched the top 5 altcoins to buy before the end of 2025. 4 days ago, somebody had the balls to put out an altcoin portfolio video. So how do you sleep at night, bro? They're desperate. They're desperate trying to pump their own alt bags. Last ditch effort. Let me show this shit to my community. Leave them holding the bag. Yep. Nasty work, bro. Not all money's good money. I learned that shit early. And the only real thing you have of value is your reputation, your face card. If you muddy that up, you ain't got shit. I think it's greed, bro. I think it's greed. I think you catch a couple bad beats and then you start to look at your community as like an exit plan, you know? Yeah, yeah. Bro, we saw the most egregious Black Friday sale the other day for a course. Do I still have that? Bro. This shit had me dying. %80 off, right? Per month. Per month. Just to sell you a repurposed indicator and a bunch of AI training. Nah, that's not a typo. That's craziness. What that is. Nah, they probably jacked up the price to make it look like it was a big deal, but still, even $249 a month is crazy work. $249 a month to put you in a moderately priced vehicle. $249 a month, you could have cleaners come to your house, give you more time to trade. There's so much you could do with that. Exactly. That's a lot of Bitcoin, bro. You're just bleeding Bitcoin. You could be DCAing that $249 a month in Bitcoin and not doing shit, sitting on your ass. Unfortunately, it's probably not too far off. I gotta chill, bro. No Uber Eats during the bear market. You heard? And clean my diet up. So if y'all hear me, every time you hear me say I gotta go get my food from outside during the bear market, just scream at me. You're like, bro, that's $60 worth of Bitcoin you just spent on burgers. I mean, if I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, the only reason I go to the gym is so that I can eat whatever I want. But I know that's faulty logic. Nah, traders are gonna trade. OG.
Yeah, just see what happens when you go to the gym.
What happened?
Just see what happens when you don't go to the gym. I mean, I blow
Yep.
up so fast, it's unreal.
Yep. When you don't go to the gym, you realize how shitty you're eating.
And it doesn't take long.
Yeah, but OG, for the most part, traders are gonna trade.